3904, contact departure. Medium.
Contact departure, okay. I heard 3574.
This 4.0, wind 160 degrees 2 knots, runway 32, clear for takeoff. Mr. 15 uniform, goedemorgen, behind Edelweiss Airport, line number 32.
Behind Edelweiss, line of the right, runway 32, bridge 215 uniform, good morning.
This 410, contact departure, 0 dollars. EGSU-EGKB-EGTU-EGTB, wind 160 degrees 2 knots, runway 32, clear takeoff.
Runway 32, clear takeoff, 5260.
This 212, clear Xavier and Bombardier, line up runway 32.
And Bombardier, line of the right, runway 32, bridge 215, good morning.
This is 149, take off stop, departure in around 5 minutes.
Copy, Telegram 1 expect.
good evening, good afternoon, good day, depending on where you are in the world. Happy Sunday. Hope you're all doing well. It's been a weekend. And, well, it's Sunday. We're going to do the best we can to prepare for the upcoming week. Very glad to have you along. We're here in Duxford, England, for yet another Spitfire flight. I know, I can hear it. You know, the Spitfire's been flown a lot. This is only the second time I've flown it on the channel, though. And, well, this is a route that I wanted to fly. We're going to fly down, take off from Duxford, head down to Dover because of Dover. Then we're going to make our first landing at Biggin Hill. From there, we're going to take off at Biggin Hill, fly over the Top Gear test track, fly over Southampton, the origin of the site of the first flight of the Spitfire. We'll fly over an abandoned bomber base near Southampton and end up in Dunxwell. From Dunxwell, we'll take off, fly over the former Upottery airfield, and make our way over the site of the Ebola drome that used on the Grand Tour, and then end up for our final landing in Wickham. So I hope you're all doing fantastic. Glad to have you along for the ride, or the flight, or, well, whatever you want to call it. But it's very good to have you along. Hope you're all doing well. Kozaki Flyer is in the chat. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Jay Winnicker's here. Good to see you. Wayland is here. Hello, hello. Allison Johnson's in VR. Awesome. Should be a nice experience. G Slayer's here. Good evening. Bad Dog is here. Hello to you as well. Goblin is in the house. Good to see you. Good evening, Kingsman. It's very good to see you. And very, very glad to have you here tonight. Yeah. It's really good to have you here, dude. I'm really happy that you're here. Hope you're doing better. Yeah. So Ben McClure's in, just popping in to say hi. Currently sitting beside a lake waiting for a fish to fight. Ooh. Fishing and flying. What a combination. So Two-Tone Murphy is hosting the stream. Many thanks, my dude. Hope you're all doing well. So yeah, this is a custom third-party freeware scenery for Dunsfold. Hey, we got a flyer. We got a flyer over. So this is Duxford, home of a famous museum that I would love to visit one day. Do you remember in the old FSX Combat Flight Simulator days, even Duxford Legends website that would put out freeware warbirds? Yeah, that was great. But this is Duxford. We're going to fly to Biggin Hill, where there's also a custom freeware air custom scenery. And I've put the links to those airports and the livery that I am flying tonight in Discord, so that you're able to get them installed and see them. Rad Pilot Randy is in. Not set up the fly yet. We'll try to catch up. No worries. It's quite the flight. Two-Tone Murphy is in, giving hello to Kingsman and everyone else. Happy Sunday to you, Murph. Glad to have you here. Hope you're all doing well. So, you may be asked, well, obviously I'm flying a Spitfire, but you may be asking, well, gosh, Colonel, what Spitfire are you flying that's so fancy that you had to get a new livery for it? Well, pardon me for being slightly biased, but I found an American one. And you might be saying, but the Spitfire is a British plane. Well, it is, but it was flown by many air forces. And in the North Africa campaign, it was used by the Americans to some degree. And so it was a lot of it was used in not only in some air combat, but also as photo reconnaissance. So that just shows you how awesome the Spitfire was. So all of the two sceneries and this livery are all available on flightsim.to. Should you feel the itch to get them into your sim, it certainly is. It's well done. So yeah, let's get rolling and get this party started. So we've got another couple other Spitfires here. I am running the Unreal Weather Live METAR. We're sitting at Windsor 020 at Niner. Few clouds at 2,000. So things are looking nice. A nice breeze as well. The time is just after 7:30 in the morning in the sim. We're going to make sure all our fun stuff is set. Make sure we got everything going where we want it. Controls are set. Throttle is correct. Goblins is yes. I put the scenery in nice. Yes. I am in a free French Spitfire. That's awesome, Wayland. Let's see. So we're going to just uncover those. We're going to open the fuel tank. Fuel pressure knob goes to there. Carb air filter goes on. We're going to close the door and open the radiator doors. I think I was flying in that livery in aisle 2 the other night. The USAAF one. Nice. So that's set, that's set, that's set. I'm going to get over here so we can see the little light, and we're going to use the wobble pump about 10 times. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ha, I can count. We'll unlock the primer. Give it 3 shots. Get it locked again. Reset our camera. Get to where we can hit the booster coil. Mags to both, and clear prop. Well, I'm not going to start it until I do this. Hey, there's sound in the flight sim. Imagine that. So, boost coil. How about them apples? That's not the right one. There we go. So we'll let the the engine warm up a bit as everyone gets started up and ready to go. As Streamlabs is saying, don't forget to hydrate yourselves. I always keep my water right nearby. So we're looking at taking runway, should be runway 9, I believe. Doing right on the, showing us a Finanza is the same for owing. Murph, are you in a default livery by chance? Steve Solo UK is in the house. Good to see you. Because I'm going to go ahead and guess that's Murph. Interesting. Murph, I do know that the Irish Air Corps livery is having some issues and it causes problems. So if you have that installed, I'd uninstall it for now. And then reload, see what happens. Goblin is in front of you, UK livery. Okay, so Goblin can see you. Frozen's Inc., good to see you. We are on the East USA server, G-Slayer. So, the Irish Air Corps livery, it's a fantastic livery, but the way the CFG files are configured and the folders, it's a little goofy and can cause some issues. I've actually gone through and looked at them and determined what the issues are, and I seem to have resolved them. I've forwarded it onto Jepson 2001 for review and potential publish. So, hopefully he likes it. But so if anybody has the Irish Air Corps livery, you may want to uninstall it for now. Just until Jepson has a look at my slight tweaks to the folder structure and the CFG structure. So, not to steal any of his thunder, but I did send it his way, so he is aware that it was kind of being a little goofy. So, that being said, now that the aircraft is sufficiently warmed up, we're going to start taxiing to the runway. We're a little uphill here on the ramp. We are still running FS ATC chatter because, well, it's cool. And I like having the ambient sound of air traffic control playing. Oh, I heard another spit start up. So I do believe we will take the paved runway just for the sake of ease. Let's see. Viper Strike 9510. Hey, I will not be joining the stream, but cheer you guys out. No worries, my dude. Happy to see you in chat at the very least, even if it's briefly. We're going to toss in some rudder trim. So we've got some lovely looking Spitfires. They're ready to go. I believe those are some Free French Resistance, Free French Air Force. Well, you know what? We're going to take the grass one, right? Because, you know what? The Spit was born to take off on the grass. So that's what we're going to do. So we're going to, canopy is open just in case. Start. Gotta get ourselves lined up. Get ourselves comfortable and slowly add in throttle. Gonna take it to about 6. A little bit of right rudder, a little bit of right aileron. Nose forward just a bit. And we're airborne. Gear coming up. going to be closed. Controls neutral. Dial back the power for keeping the Fireflies in tow as we look on back at the Fireflies as they depart. Yes, she does, Kingman. She's a beautiful bird. And she's ready to tango. So it shouldn't be terribly long before we start seeing more warbirds, including some 109s, hopefully. And then we can really start having fun and start with dogfighting practice. So trimming for for stability. She is a beautiful plane. So it looks like a lot of new warbirds are either coming very soon or are relatively close to some form of release, including another Spitfire, a Corsair, a P-40, and there are many more in the works. Of course, I can't wait for, well, any of them, but really can't wait for a C-47 because, well, it's a C-47. So she is just, she wants to fly. She doesn't handle well on the ground. Landing and takeoff is definitely a skill to master. But once you get her up in the air, oh, she's just gorgeous. Just with this countryside, it's just absolutely beautiful. I'm glad that you're all here to share it with me. You know, I love flying the warbirds, not because of any kind of glorification of war, but to remember it and remember the sacrifices that those that fought in it made to fight the tyranny that was, and we won. 99 hour. Yes, I just lifted off. We're in the pattern. So we are still at Echo Golf Sierra Uniform, Duxford. And you're more than welcome to join us. We're going to try to maintain a slow-ish pace. I'm going to go ahead and hide me. But we're going to keep a slow-ish pace and start on our way. So we can go ahead and mostly neutralize the rudder trim. Otherwise, we're just going to steer to the right, and that'll get old very quickly. Goblin Gibbo Ireland is here. Hey all, we early tonight or am I late? Well, no and no. As much as I like keeping the consistency of staying with Zulu time, it was throwing me off this last week with, you know, Ireland and the UK not being on daylight savings time, and I realized that it was going to be yet another week until you guys did your spring forward. So I'm just like, I need to start my time at my normal time, or it's going to throw me off even more. So, yeah. As much as I love keeping the Zulu time, it was thrown off me clock. So, you arrived exactly when you needed to. So we're trying to keep it down to Mooney rental speeds. As awesome as that would be, Gibbo, there's a lot of reasons why I couldn't. Dougal McTavish is here. Good to see you, my dude. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're resting easy and enjoying your Sunday. Absolutely, Two-Tone. Absolutely. But man, I love flying the Spitfire, and even though it can be said that maybe you can fly over southern England in a Spitfire only so many times and still be interesting. Well, hopefully this flight is interesting and slightly different from everyone else's, even though we're still making stops at some normal places. But it's still a unique flight because, well, I'm at the helm. So there. Take that. So we're still wanting to list to the left a little bit. So we're going to add a bit more rudder trim. Good flight for training with Spitfire. 100%. And if I'm good for anything, you know, it's going to be about that. I'm good at providing something for somebody. And, you know, I like flying the Spitfire. It's really amazing in VR when VR works properly. Yeah, and it's like Whitaker said, gotta train for when the 109s show up. South of England is a beautiful, well, the whole island, and including the island of Ireland, both those islands are very beautiful places to fly over. Just without a doubt, being able to share that experience with friends makes it even better. I'm very, very glad that you are all here. And if nothing else, sharing the company with the chat. Ailerons Into the Wind is here. Good to see you, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Glad to have you on board. It's not far past takeoff. We're on our way down to Dover. We'll fly past the cliffs, fly over Lydd, on our way to Biggin Hill. And we've got some Fireflies in tow, but I may be a little bit ahead of them. I caught about the last 5 minutes of your stream earlier today there, Ailerons. I was tired. my body, well, I didn't sleep all that well Friday night. I was active yesterday. And, well, my body said, yeah, you need some sleep, and I woke up a little later than I had wanted to. But at least caught a couple minutes of your stream, and you're doing well, buddy. We'll get in touch and help you get set up with chatbots and whatnot to enhance your experience. There we go. We got some Spitfires now. We've picked up some friends. So according to the METAR weather, it's definitely a beautiful day out. That's very true. Lot was going on. Did I say hi to Viper Strike? If I didn't say hi to you, Viper Strike, I'm very sorry, but hello. Goblin was flying the Mooney with Allie yesterday. Yeah, the Mooney is such a nice airplane. It's nice to take it up every once in a while. And for what Allie doing, which is phenomenal, recreating the Amelia Earhart round the world flight, using the Mooney in lieu of an Lockheed Electra that isn't in the sim just yet. But she's doing a phenomenal job, recreating and honoring women aviators of history. So we look forward to all of Allie's flights and the things she does on her channel. And of course, we have Two-Tone Murphy that does a phenomenal job on his own. Tomorrow we'll be on YouTube on part 2 of the Oriental Express. Then you got me doing my thing, being a goof and something of an entertainer. We'll have a flight set up for Tuesday, I'll let it know, and we'll have part 6 of the Chase for the Cup series on Thursday. Ailerons in the Wind also is streaming, so be sure to give him a watch and a follow. Well, that didn't work. That's because I typed in the wrong thing. Hey, that's better. And of course, tonight, after my stream, we'll have Jay Winokur either flying IL-2 or potentially ground branch. Erlansky is in. I'm trying to catch up in the Bonanza. Well, the Bonanza might be a little slow unless it hits 200, because I'm indicating about 185 knots. 99, I had an amazing afternoon with MS Earring. Nice. So Ailerons is usually streaming on Sundays at 1200 Zulu. Fair enough, Mr. Winokur. So Mr. Winokur got some new hardware in his yesterday and is making sure everything is stable. I got an add-on that doesn't work, and the programmer spent all afternoon working. That's awesome, dude. It's nice to see a developer standing by their product and helping users out. Speaking of Russian, we got some spits coming up fast. Catbat9 is in, the legend himself. Hello, hello, happy Sunday. Oh, says Catbat9. Hello, hello to you as well, you legend. Glad to have you along. Look at him go. That was awesome. So here we are over South End, which I believe is Echo Golf Mike Charlie. 99 says, unfortunately, still not fixed. Well, that's a bummer. Well, at least they tried. Hopefully you made some progress. Catback 9 is starting up now. Thought it was on time. Well, you were. I just threw curveball, so we'll just blame me. Ailerons in the Wind says, Gibbo Ireland is forever to be known as the diving legend. Oh dear. Viper Strike says, the Thunderflies are looking good. Absolutely. Ailerons into the Wind says, truly flew it like you stole it earlier too. Nice. Really didn't say hello to everyone, so hello, says 99 Hour. Hello. Goblin says everyone's disappeared. Uh-oh. So now we got some spits catching up. As some clouds are rolling in over South End. As my system decided to throw everyone a curveball and be like, haha, we're behind you now. So, as much as the Spit does love going fast, we've got her woed down a little bit to just kind of keep a nice leisurely pace going. Ailerons in the Wind saying hello to Kingsman. Kingsman, we're very glad to have you here tonight. Look at this formation flying. Wait, that's different. Gibbo Ireland says, I was coming in to land on final on the grass strip when you said it was like that little path as I was 100 feet from the touchdown, still made it. Say, Goblin says, everyone back after the usual trick with MP menu. Look at this flight. Isn't this something? Alonso says you'll have to watch part 2 stream and just I will. You're very welcome, Kingsman. You're very, very welcome. So we're going to do a slight course adjustment to the right. And by right, I mean left. And Gibbo's 100% Kingsman. He's 100% correct. You'll never walk alone. We're always here for you, dude. All you have to do is, you know, start up a chat and we've got you back, buddy. You know, the Firefly community that Two-Tone started is such a phenomenal community, and y'all mean a lot to me personally. And it's been quite the ride. And just to have you all here, you know, you're my extended family as it was. And I'm very glad to have you. I'm glad to be a part of it. You never feel like you're alone with the Fireflies on your back, or with your back. They've got your back. We're here for you. Oh, look at them break. I'm trying to be all sentimental and stuff, and they're doing cool stuff. Ailerons in the Wind says the title veteran is earned with that with that, a brotherhood is born. No vet is ever alone, be it on the battlefield or at home. We're all here stood to. 100%, my dude. 100%. And it doesn't matter whether you're over in England, Ireland, all of Europe, United States, wherever. We're all family. And we all have each other's backs. You know, and I do, you know, as many of you know, I do World War II reenacting with Jay Winokur. Jay Winter's actually my reenacting unit lieutenant. And I apparently somehow managed to make my way to company first sergeant. And I've implemented a bit of a buddy check. And I think it's always good to check up on your buddies and for buddies to reach out to others when they need it. You know, we're always here for you, dude. We're always here for each other. We care about everyone, and we want to do what we can to keep everyone well. So never, ever, ever feel like you're alone. Slight course correction to the right. Slight trim up. And it's the right this time, not my left right. 100% Mr. Winokur. No, we've got some good guys in our reenacting unit. Many of them are veterans, not all. But you know, to those of us that are, you know, there's always going to be that brotherhood or sisterhood, that sense of family and camaraderie. And it's a similar feeling to being in the Fireflies. We're all big family. We're here for each other. Super Troopers. Yes. Littering and. I haven't seen Super Troopers 2, but I have seen the first one. It's been a while. The fun fact of that, though, the only reason why I've ever seen Super Troopers is I was working at a gas station that was part of a grocery store. And one guy would come down from the store to check on a register, do a cash count and whatnot. And would always say that I looked like Farva when I had a mustache, except I was a whole lot nicer. And I just, at the time, I had no idea what he was talking about. I finally saw it, and I'm like, yeah, I can see the resemblance. And then I shaved my mustache off. We're getting close to Dover, y'all. Ailerons is now jealous of Jay Winokur, as Jay Winokur has the whole Super Troopers get up for sponsoring the sequel. Jay Winokur will have to post some photos of him in the Super Troopers uniform on the Discord at his convenience. Look at all these spits, isn't that something? And how about that? The closer we get to the cliffs, the sun's coming back out. It's like it knew we were coming. Look at him go! I almost missed it. So we're going to the left a little bit so that we can get a nice we're in France. So we're going to the left a little bit just so we can get a nice approach to the Dover Cliffs. So we'll straighten her out. Gonna trim down a little bit. So as we fly over the cliffs of Dover, we'll take some time to remember the few that fought very hard, and I'm finally flying the solo formation for a moment. Let's see. Squad lead, I have a visual at 4 bands, 11 o'clock high. Well, let's go say hello. Two-tone is reloading in. Oh dear, I'm hitting buttons. I'm not meaning to hit them. But as we fly, as we can see France from here. The dips of Dover. East USA always British. Well, that's bummer, Dougal. Now, East USA can tend to have its issues, but it's the server which gives me the lowest ping. So as we begin to fly over Dover, everybody switch over to North Europe just to see if things are a little more stable. Not the West USA. North Europe, thank you. Be warned, buttons have been touched. So we'll take a minute as we start flying over the cliffs to remember the few who secured victory in the Battle of Britain. Had the victory not been achieved, things may have turned out quite a bit different. 99 now, we're moved over to the North Europe server. So we will resume normal audio levels as we took a few moments to remember the few. It is a bit jumpy. As we look on to France and our friends from there. Our French brothers and sisters.
Platform Hotel Go, runway 11 people and 140 degrees 11.
It's scared. I could go a little further with that, but I'm gonna not. But look at those cliffs. Since they finally decided to pop in after a couple of passes. So yes, Kozaki says heading back to Blighty, meet you over Dover. Roger. Kingsman 9965 says Verilyn playing in your head. Catback 9 says redeem Twitch. I wish I could do it. I wish I could do that. Stairway to Bacon is now found. Welcome, my dude. Hope you're enjoying the flight. Good to see you. We had to liberate the French for a reason. So we're going to continue on the Magenta line. Towards our next stop. We're going to fly over Lyd. And then make our way to Biggin Hill for our first stop of the evening. Absolutely brilliant. Thunderflies do such an amazing job with their formation flying. Always willing to help people learn how to do it. Stairway Bacon that says, hey Colonel, nice to finally join in with you. You had me with Spitfire. Very nice. Well, I'm glad you're here, my dude. You're a regular over on Murph's streams. I'm glad you were able to make it over here. Ailerons into the Wind says, backup has arrived. Huzzah. And tally ho. It's beautiful countryside here in the south of, I was about to say the south of France. That's the wrong country. South of England, even. Patrolling the skies for Jerry. We've got good company in the chat, good folks watching. great folks flying along. You all make my day. Having you all here makes it worth doing. Keeping me company. And that's all that I could ever ask for. To all the people that have subscribed to the channel and gifted subs even, it's quite humbling, because monetary contributions to the channel is in no way a requirement. I'll never push them, but I will always encourage you to put your money into the sim. I'll never tell you what to do with your money. Use it as you see fit. But I'm just glad to have you along. Look at them. They're masters of flight, these guys and gals. Absolutely, Kingsman. The door is always open. The kettle is always on. And the pints are always cold. As we have some afternoon sax playing. I know the struggle, Dougal. I'm lucky that I've gotten it trimmed out so that I don't have to have my hand on the stick the whole time. 100% Kingsman. The moment I'm able to come visit, you better know that I'll be knocking on your door. Phenomenal to have you all here. Just look at the scenery. I mean, I can see lots of emergency landing places, I can tell you that, because that's something you always want to look for when flying, is if something happens to me right now, where can I put down safely? Okay, I may have been exaggerating when I said lid, but yeah. Pretty much. I mean, I would rather put down on a road, or at least close to a road, somewhere where people would be more apt to be able to see what happened and call emergency services. In case I'm incapacitated. Wayland says, honestly, so far I find the Spitfire easier to fly than the Waco, even on the ground. I think part of that leads into where the gear is. The Waco has a lot more drag on it in the air, which can upset the flight handling. On the Spitfire, the distance between the mains and the tail are a lot longer on the Spit than they are on the Waco. That can have an effect on the ground handling. Granted, the Waco doesn't have quite the wingspan as this does, but that can have an effect on it. 100% Stairway. If all airplanes flew the exact same way, well, where's the fun in that? Oh, that's it. I forgot. I put in, I cannot, it wasn't Lid that we were flying over. It was, I can't remember the name of the airport. Echo Golf Kilo Hotel. The scenery's from Burning Blue Designs, and it's not their Lid scenery. And I can't remember what it's called, but it's a really nice scenery, and they have a DC-3 sitting on the field. So we're going to do a smooth right-hand turn. Headford. Headcorn. Aha! Yes, Headcorn. That one. See, I knew if I forgot, y'all would remember. So, good looking out. I do need to get the lid scenery though, because it's a nice looking airfield. Washington Headcorn Airport. Head something for the win. I'm a head case. How about that? Look at that. This camouflage color scheme, not exactly the best for blending into the UK countryside. But for North Africa, it probably works a whole lot better. So we're about to fly over Headcorn now. Do another bit of a turn to the right. Our American jingles. So here's Headcorn. Nice grass field. This was also the site of the initial departure for the epic Thor community flight from Fabio, Forder, CDL, and the one and only Two-Tone. So what we're going to do is we're going to get in the cockpit. We're going to continue a right turn, and we're going to do a low pass over the main runway, and then continue on the magenta line. How's that sound to everyone else? So, right turn. Keep the airport in sight. There's the Thunderflies doing what they do.
Stay on my frequency, please. This is tower frequency.
Bit of an air show pass. A little bit of right rudder to help get her along the main runway. There we go. And then from there we just continue on our way to Biggin Hill. Now I think I've got my render trim a little too far that way, so we'll bring it back a bit. Well, that was fun. Oop, we got us a TBM. Awesome. One barrel for the guy in World War II. Okay, so we're going to do a thing. Jay Winnaker will be in and out for a bit. Going to wash the car. Roger that. You say PR1 is in the check. Good to see you. 99, I'm totally lost, it seems. I am over EGKB. Is that where we land? Yes. We did a slight detour down to the south over Dover and then made a stop over Headcorn. as the Thunderflies are doing their thing. Look at them go.
Okay.
Seeing the shadows on the ground. Awesome. Shuffle Shoes is in the house. Good to see you, my dude. I'm doing well, I hope, or you are doing well. Okay, let's try this again.
Rotate for Alpha, 1 people line for 130 degrees 11 knots.
Clear to left 11, 8 for out.
There we go. So, the weather at Biggin Hill is from 1950s Zulu, which is the most recent. Winds are 350 at 4 knots. Few clouds at 3,100. Temperature is 06 with a dew point of 01. And 1028 millibars for the pressure. Interesting livery, never saw a spit with American badging. Well, the U.S. didn't use many spits. It was mostly in the North Africa campaign. And to a larger degree, they were used as photo reconnaissance planes. But the United States Army Air Forces did use Spitfires to a small degree. So we're going to want to take it, let's see, let me go back to here. Air flights, taxi. We're going to want to land on runway 3. Let's see, winds are 350, so yeah, we want runway 3. That'll give us a 4-degree crosswind, which is much lower than runway 21 would give us. So, camera on for traumatic effect. We're going to go ahead and open our canopy, and it's got loud. So we'll turn that down a bit. We'll head to the south. We're going to start reducing power. Mixture and prop to full. We're at just under 4 on boost. We need to lose some speed, so we're going to pull some G's. Nose up a little bit. 180 miles an hour and under. Gears coming down. Terry Bacon says, see a lot of familiar gamer tags here. Hi everyone, I'll join you at EGKB. Looking out awesome. The wind's starting to blow us around. Dougal says the mixture is just on off on this later battle. Aha. Look at the formation go. Isn't that awesome? So we're going to keep the trim nose up. I don't know what highway this is, but we're following it for a little while.
This is
And a little bit of power to climb a little bit. I probably put the gear down way too early, but early is better than late. We can see London off in the distance as Biggin Hills starting to load in. Yeah, we definitely put the gear in way early, or gear down way early. So we're able to do a short final on this because it makes it easier to find the runway because it's very difficult to see over the nose. So, throttle coming back. We have the field in sight. Pull back on the stick a little bit, flaps coming out. Bit of a bobble. We're going to keep an eye on speed, so we add a bit more throttle in to keep it around 90 to 100 mile an hour. Which is right about where you want it for flying over the threshold. Got somebody coming in. Another one. Oh, they're overflying. Feet are ready on the pedals. Welcome to Biggin Hill. We can see there is a small displaced threshold. Start our turn in. Little bit of stuttering because of London, doing London things. If this landing goes badly, I'm blaming London. A little bit of a bounce, little right rudder, just small movements. And start adding in a little bit of toe brakes. I think 146 for a Spitfire is not terrible. So, blatant abandonment, we'll just steer ourselves off to the left here. Alright. Parking brake on. Turn me off. Get the name tags on. Zoom. Hit the drone camera. There's Kingsman in the Baron. Nicely done, my friend. There's Irlansky in the Bonanza. Just over through the trees and over the displaced threshold. As I'm tugging on cords that I don't want to tug on. Murph's flying with the Thunderflies. Very nice. Old Veteran 965 just doing a flyby. Hope all's well with y'all. Doing well. Oh, Scott, hope you're doing well. Thanks for swinging by. We waved as you're doing the flyby. There's Rad Pilot Randy and Erlansky in. Stuart Bacon says spit landings are so fun to watch. Yeah. As Old Veteran 965 is now fine. Many thanks, Scott. Do appreciate it.
Tower, good morning. Swiss 135 Victor on the honor approach runway 1.
There's Dougal McTavish.
Swiss 135 Victor. Tower, good morning. Continue approach number 2.
Continue Swiss 135 Victor.
Druid Zeus is in. There's Pilot Peely. I saw that you messaged in the chat. I'm sorry for not saying hello, but hello. Better late than never, I suppose. Kozaki Flyers in.
On the runway 3731, please land runway 11, wind 130 degrees, 120.
Good land 11.
There's Count Zeppelin. Joe Corky is in the chat. Good to see you, my dude. Hope you're doing well. You've come in just for our first round of landings at Biggin Hill.
Alpine 25 Papa Lima, wait on the runway due to landing for runway 11.
There's Wayland. USA PR1 is in the TBM. Ken Grawlington is here. Good to see you, my dude. Hope you're all doing well. I'm very glad to have you all along.
Runway 11, wind 130 degrees, 11 knots.
Chill Corky was in the wrong server. Whoops. Well, we started off on the East USA server, but it kind of breaks. It's kind of goofy still. So we moved over to the North Europe server. Viper Stripe 9510, I still had a hard time believing that someone did a 35-hour flight from the South Pole to London Heathrow. Yeah, somebody did. I think that was, who was that? That was Scotland Comet Project. And that's just a nuts flight. My goodness. And formation landings from the, as Murphy is in, Cap at 9 is in, the Thunderflies are coming in. We're going to have a look-see to see if we've got any other Fireflies. There's Pilot Peely over yonder on the ramp. There's AJ Rawlings coming in. There's a couple of spits out yonder. Sneaky Snaky, Mikey Edwards 73. I'm not sure if they're part of the flight, but if they are, awesome. If not, well, that's cool too. But it looks like we've got one more coming in now. There's Tarnish 42 and a Hawk. Nice. Goblins is very satisfied with my landing. We must be very careful with speed above landing strip. Yeah, 100%. Pilot Peely says, does help if your parking brake is not on when you touch the runway. Yeah, I can see how that would be helpful. So, very awesome landings, everyone. We're going to wander ourselves back down to our Spitfire. I sometimes don't always words good. Make sure you fuel up. There's Allie. I think I missed Allie's landing and now I feel bad. Small Town Token is now following. Many thanks, my dude. Hope you're doing well. So we're going to get back into the cockpit. We're going to check our fuel tank. Yeah, we're low, so make sure you fill up. If you started with half fuel, yeah, we need gas. So we'll just fill the tanks. That's still on. We should have turned that off when we started flying, but oh well. Making sure, just looking over the cockpit, making sure everything is fantastic and where we want it.
Okay, so continue via
Move over. Park and brake coming off. So moving forward to brake momentum. Capac 9 to Two-Tone Murphy. They are. I can never keep up with them. Two-Tone Murphy says the Thunder Flies are amazing. I tried to follow for a while. They are epic. 100%. Well, we're just going to taxi in the grass because, well, we're here.
Hunter 7 for November X-ray, line up runway 15
Bring the flaps up. Weather here is absolutely beautiful right now. No complaints there. We'll turn me back on for a minute. Sarah Bacon, sorry, what's we got? North Europe today. There's Chill Corky off to there. That one's just, yeah, the Thunderflies are amazing. 100%. 100%. Got Erlansky. Kingsman's down there. Druid's in. Tarnish 42. We got Murph. USA PR1. AJ Rawlings. So, welcome to Biggin Hill. We're about to leave Biggin Hill and make our way over the south. We're going to fly over the Top Gear test track. Then we'll fly over Southampton. Fly over an abandoned bomber base. And from there, we'll make our way to yes, airport. Dunkswell. That one. It started with a D, and it wasn't Duxford, and it wasn't Dunsfold, because Dunsfold is where the Top Gear test track is. As Dougal's doing the donuts. So one of my new favorite sayings right now is, I heard it from Kennedy Steve, and if you don't know who Kennedy Steve is, a now retired ground controller from the New York JFK airfield. He's known for doing some very humorous and lighthearted controlling of aircraft on ground, and one of his favorite things that I've heard him say was, "I'm sharp as a donut." And that I just kind of identified with that. I felt called out. So we'll turn the name tags. Oof. I'm turning the music down just a little bit. So let everybody get sorted out. Getting in the pattern. No worries, Catbat. We'll pay him no mind, because especially now he can't see his name. So whoever it is, they won't get the recognition that they're looking for. If we ignore him, he'll go away. I watched his YouTube videos long before. Yeah, he's hilarious. So, that being said, Thunderflies, if you want to get ahead and get going, ooh, we're gonna go to about 4. Light, right foot, rudder, small movements. Light touch on the ailerons. We're a little wobbly to the left.
November 656.
Look at that. Climbing, gear up. Feet off the pedals. Reduce the zero boost. Reduce croppage. When we make our left turn to watch the Fireflies take off. We'll go ahead and hide me. Well, we gotta do a thing. We gotta do that. And then we gotta do that. And then we'll go back out. And we'll do our best not to, you know, buy the farm. So as we circle Biggin Hill, wrangle up the Fireflies, it's a beautiful looking airfield. It must have been even better back in its heyday. We'll continue our left-hand turnage in the patternage. A little bit of stutterage as we get a little bit of London loading in.
Almost number 1.
Is it me or is it on the top of kind of a hill? It kind of seems like it's on the top of a hill of sorts. There go the Thunderflies.
Clock 2, clear to land, runway 11, wind 130 degrees, stand up. Clear to land, 11 road.
Just absolutely beautiful scenery. So we're going to continue our left turn and then join the Magenta line on our way to Dunsfold. From Dunsfold, we'll turn south to Southampton. I'm probably getting that wrong. Server, Papa Joe, we are on the North Europe server today. The East US was being a little uncooperative, so we moved. Doe, a deer, a female deer. Ray, some shining sun. Yeah. Keen Lafford is in. Hello, happy end of week. It is the weekend, of course. Hope you're doing well, my dude. Very welcome along. Old veteran, you take care. We'll catch you. We'll see you on the Discord. And we'll see you tomorrow, too. You take care, Scott.
Still on tower.
So we're going to join the Magenta line now. on our way to the thing. So, community news. Smurfy, how many more flights? If you mean legs, we're on leg 2 of 3. So, in community news, Maritime Horrors just released a new video today, and it's another entry into the Superstitious Sailor series. Say that 10 times fast. My goodness. And it's the Superstitious Sailor. Words are hard, man, I'm telling you. Killing a seabird and why it's good luck. And, I mean, you shouldn't really do it anyway. Yeah, legs. We have 2 more legs. We're flying... We just took off from Biggin Hill. We're making our way to Dunkswell Airfield. We'll be flying over Dunsfold Aerodrome, which is the home of the Top Gear test track. From there, we will be heading to Southampton. We'll fly over the airport that is the site of the first flight of the Spitfire. Shortly thereafter, we'll fly over an abandoned bomber base that was pointed out to me thanks to Steve's Solo UK. And it's a big one. It's a big one. You could probably, even with the way it's represented in the sim, you could probably get a 320 in there. Not that we're doing it on this flight, but just in theory. Also, where Kestrel and Harrier flown. Aha! Nice. So once we fly over the abandoned bomber base, we will also, or we'll be then heading to our second stop of the evening, afternoon, whatever you want to call it. We'll be landing at Dunkswell, which is nearby the former RAF Pottery. Which, if you've ever watched Band of Brothers, you know exactly what RAF Pottery is and what was done there. Of course, it was the site where they loaded up into the transports and were dropped over France on D-Day.
Cruiser 1575, are you ready for departure? Affirm. Cruiser 1575, wind 130 degrees right north. Clear for takeoff runway 15, thermal contact departure 1 meters, 909. Thank you very much.
Nice break, my dude. Keel effort is in. Where's the next world update? The next world update is France and Benelux. So France, Belgium, Luxembourg, and the Netherlands are up next, and that's scheduled for early April. Specifically, what week, I don't know. Last I heard, it was early April. Depending whether or not it gets delayed or not, I've not heard. I'm really, really strongly hoping they give Normandy a much better representation. I know they're adding a bridge into the area, but we'll see. And after that, I don't know. I would imagine that they're going to continue working on Europe. I could see Spain or Germany and Austria being next. Wayland Utani want a good reses for Lion. It's underwhelming right now. There's a lot of places that is. It helps if I have a thought, think about it for a second, and then put words together to shove it out the mouth. But boy, there are a lot of places that need a little help here and there, and I'm positive that Asobo will get to them in time. But can't wait to see how they handle France and Benelux. Zoom in a little bit. Guys, I hope my region of France will get more details. Some are missing. I would imagine so. If they give France the amount of attention they gave Ireland and the UK in its update, I'm sure things will be much improved. So here we are about to fly over Dunsfold Aerodrome, home of Top Gear and the Top Gear test track. Lyon is the second biggest city in France. It definitely needs to roger that. Now I'm saying it Lyon, but is it Lyon or is it just Lyon? I'm open to being corrected. There, look, Thunderfly is overflying Top Gear, so you can, if you've ever watched the show and you know the track, you can see just where everything is, and they kind of have some of the track lines on there, so that's pretty cool. Leon, gotcha. I think that big gray spot by the tail now is supposed to be a 7.4. Way cool. Yes, Marseille is not bad, but needs some details. Right on. Paris was looking okay until Murph broke it when we were leaving for the Orient Express. Hopefully Paris has forgiven Murph for what happened. So there was Dunsfold. Strasbourg is nice though. Yeah, it certainly is. Sim smoothed out. So we're indicating faster than we were the previous leg, so I'm going to see about reducing speed a little bit. Though I have yet to find Notre Dame in Paris. Ooh. Yeah, just a bit. Viper Strike 9510, hey Colonel Fork, fastest quantum vehicle lap on Top Gear is 1 minute and 11 seconds in the Ferrari SF90 Stradale on Series 29. I stopped watching Top Gear after May, Hammond, and Clarkson were no longer part of the show, but I'm sure it's still a good show, but I liked the trio. What's your favorite place you've flown in sim? Oh goodness. That's a loaded question. I could be very cliche and say over home. I don't think I could pin it down to just one. There's been so many amazing places for varying different reasons. All right. That was interesting.
Lot 8 Kilo Lima, clear to land runway 11, wind 140 degrees, 10 knots.
Clear to land 11, lot 8 Kilo Lima.
Symptoms. And crash. Alaska is fantastic. That's the first crash I've had in a minute.
11, wind 150 degrees 9 and off.
Let's runway 11.456.
Do that. We're gonna do that. And
Lufthansa 5 from
that.
120 degrees 10 knots, runway 15, clear for takeoff, when airborne contact.
Let's see. The Hawk was also flown from Dunsville. Nice. Key lands from stream videos I've watched. I love the look of Moscow and LA. Very nice. So we want to do what else disappeared? Okay, so we need to check that.
Lufthansa 5 from Zurich,
darn.
this morning via Oscar Airline, runway 15
So
and wait.
that. Yeah, no, and it's a known bug that got introduced with the sim update 3, the last sim update. Whatever number that was. But honestly, my sim's been fairly stable since Friday. So it's a little odd. Well, Thursday was okay. Actually, I think Thursday was peachy. So the fluctuation, it is a known bug, and I'm sure they're working on it. It'd be nice if we kind of got a hot fix for it, but is what it is. We shall persevere and continue as best as we can, because that's all we can do. Patience is a virtue, even when it's difficult, especially when it's difficult.
Magic Sun 6026, winds 120 degrees 9 knots, runway 11, clear to land.
We want to select a particular song. There we go. That one.
I could die for you. You know sometimes I almost do. Now I've been spending all this time.
Waylon says I've only had one CTD since I switched off manual caching. Yeah, I've had that off for a while. I've got to check a couple of settings elsewhere. I will do my best to rejoin over Southampton. As Brazenhead is raiding with a party. Many thanks, my dude. Hope your stream was well. I was watching until I started my stream. Fantastic work on the seas, my friend. Hope they were kind to you. So, shout out to Brazenhead. A fantastic Sea of Thieves streamer, primarily. Does a fantastic job. Knows the ins and outs of how to play the game and is a good presenter and a good personal friend of mine.
On the road 3762, winds 120 degrees 9 knots, runway 15, keep a takeoff, wind airborne 128.805, thank you, bye-bye.
Over takeoff runway 15, departure 128.805, range.
Tyro 23 is now following. Many thanks, my dude. Remember seeing you from the streams of the Sea of Thieves from the Brazen Head. Stream's great, plenty of good fights. Nice. I hope the gold flew freely in your favor. Clear skies and tailwinds. Kingsman 9965 just got to go out. We'll be back in a bit. Look forward to your return, Kingsman. Glad to have you along as always, and we'll see you in a few. Gotta love some afternoon saxophone. We are at a bit of an intermission because Flight Sim said, haha. So we're rebooting the old simulator.
120 degrees, 10 knots, runway 15, clear for takeoff, for airborne 128.805, thank you, bye-bye.
Thank you, clear for takeoff, runway 15, airborne contact 3, continue to 8,
Ona, Ona. Yeah. Just waiting on the simulator. So I hope everyone's doing well. It's a beautiful day outside for real. The sun is out. The temperatures are up. And I almost think I got a slight bit of a 10 in from yesterday, but I won't get my hopes up so I don't look completely pale. So we're going to check these. Okay, that's low. That's where it should be. Just checking everything we can, making sure settings are favorable to what we want. Turn that off. Let's do this. Check this. That's off.
Enter 55 Golf Charlie with 120 degrees, 11 knots, runway 15.
So we should be golden there, so we'll just load back up in the sim. So we're going to set time. We've been going for almost 2, so set that to there. Weather is correct. We're gonna start from Southampton ish. And we want to fly over this direction. In a bit, we want Dunkswell as a rival.
Tower, Konya Mike Center, 11 Hotel Mike, Southeast Track, 11.
Mr. 11 Hotel Mike, okay, witam.
I want a better flight thing. Flight planner from Microsoft. That's all I want for Christmas is a better flight planner. I forgot to put the plan for next airport, but I see it on the map where it is. See on the map where it is. Aha. Get a tan. I wouldn't want anyone to think we fly pixel planes for fun. Yeah. Fun. Yes, that's the only that can all be the only reason why I'm flying the flight sim. Fun. No, I fly for fun. I love it. So we should be good. We'll just have to manually remember where the
Enter 11 hotel.
Next
wind 120
waypoint is after we take off from Southampton.
Via Alpha 5.
Listen, 11 Alpha 5 to Vancouver Center, 11 Hotel 1.
Nope, I had a good day yesterday. Got out of the house for once. As Stereo to Bacon finally sees everyone. Nice. As Gripper Sims just went live. Ooh. Boy, if you haven't seen Gripper Sims' video on the CRJ, it's a hoot. Gripper Sim is quite the character. I guess we don't need that down because we're not talking to anybody. Well, we're not talking to anybody through an ATC client Discord or an ATC network. I might have said ATC network twice, but whatever. Oh dear, it put me at a fuel thing. Okay, do this, do that, do that, do that. Alright, so we're back. Throttles there, 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 Okay, do that, do that. We'll leave those on. Do this. Down a little bit. Booster coil. Starter. Saw a video of a instructor pilot on the Aero 3 just from Just Flight, hour and a half, explaining the quality of the flight model. That was awesome. Aero 3 was nice. Yeah, I need to spend more time with both the Just Flight Aero and the Carenado Aero, kind of get my own feel for the differences between the two. I do try to treat them as separate aircraft, not trying to not necessarily being the exact same aircraft. They have their own subtle differences, and that's okay. Park and brake coming off. That coming on. More Hamster is in the house. Good to see you, my dude. Joining a tad late due to various boring reasons. Well, no worries. We all have the things of which that cause us to be delayed. But I look at it, you showed up exactly when you needed to.
Turkish 7 Yankee Tango, wind 130 degrees 8 knots, runway 15, clear for takeoff, one airborne contact 128-805, thank you, bye-bye.
So that broke a little bit. Give us a moment while we take care of a little behind the scenes dusting. And a blam. Alright. Bronco is in. Hope you're well. Good to see you. Okay, so we're going to Make our way to the tarmac. And we turn onto the runway. Oop, there's a bump. So boost up to 4. Small adjustments on. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, not my smoothest of takeoff, but certainly not my worst. Here coming up. That's not what I wanted. I just want to close the canopy, thanks. I just want to close the canopy, thanks. Thank you. Alright. So. Alright. It wasn't the best takeoff I've ever had. I'm going to hide me. I'm going to hide from the embarrassment of that takeoff. So we're up from Southampton. We're going to fly south a little off course. Although if you've loaded the flight plan, it was right on course. I'm going to fly southwest a little bit over an abandoned bomber base. On our way to Dunkswell. So a big port out this way. Just up the road from me. Nice, Big Tone. It's a lovely area you have here. There's a cruise ship. There's 2 cruise ships. How about them apples? There's a big dome-looking thing. Very nice. Okay, so we don't want to go into complete dive. So over this way? Southampton. Yep. What did I say? I probably said something wrong. It's something I do. So that abandoned bomber base is somewhere over here. There it is. Nope, you're all good. Okay. I get confused. Dougal doesn't see me. Well, I'll fly over the abandoned airfield, and then I'll start playing with multiplayer settings. Oh, I'm to the left. There, it's to the left. Okay, so we're gonna do the multiplayer toggle fix thing majobber. Multiplayer off. Fly and save. Let the little swirly thing do its thing. Turn it back on. Apply and save. Let it spin. Go back. Resume. So we're gonna circle the abandoned bomber base. for a couple of rotations. We are all northeast of EGLY. EGLY, you ain't got no alibi. And Dougal now sees me. Huzzah. I think that we should rally a scenery creator. Maybe not Jeppesen, because he seems awfully busy right now. But commission some scenery creator to give this airfield a renovation and give it a little bit of a classic look to have our vintage Warbird flights out of. I am given to understand that there is an Avro Lancaster in the works for Microsoft Flight Simulator. And this would be a phenomenal place to have it based out of. Look, it's neat to find these spots flying around just abandoned airfields, and then you kind of it's always interesting to look up the past of them. Now Steve Solo UK pointed this one out to me. I cannot remember what it was named, but I believe it's within the New Forest area. But the main east-west runway seems as clear enough to where you could still land on it in Flight Sim. Jay Whitaker's back. Hose head broke, so I had to improvise. Aha. I think what Mr. Whitaker is trying to say is he had an impromptu wet t-shirt contest. And he wasn't expecting to be a participant. So we're going to turn back to the northwest towards the magenta line. And Flying Iron knocked it out of the park with this Spitfire. Jay Whitaker says the stupid little filter on the bottom of the hose head went missing, leaking everywhere. Had to use the detail spray instead. Do you mean a rubber gasket instead of filter? There's a whole filter thing. Aha. Ooh. Whitaker has a fancy schmancy hose head thingamabob for washing his car. It's a beautiful area. I've been told that the southeast of England has a tendency to be rainy, but the weather sure is looking nice right now. Goblin says, coming back towards you, roger that. I'm making my way to that way as I hear thunderflies. There's 6 of them. Fortis leader, Fortis 1 through 6. Or Fortis leader to Fortis flight of 6. Look at him go. Isn't that awesome? Douglas McTavish says, I live in the southwest and think it is much nicer. Aha. Well, I think the whole island looks lovely, and I'm definitely glad that the weather is cooperating, allowing us to see the loveliness that is England. Of course, once more warbirds get released, we will be doing another flight through the Mach Loop. Ooh, I said something about clouds, and we're starting to get clouds now. But we'll be doing another flight through the Mach Loop once we get some more warbirds in the mix. The Corsair should be returning soon. And good news to those who watch the Flying Fabio. He says that his computer is back up and running. And he says that this coming week it will be mostly the Just Flight Piper Arrow and the CRJ that he'll be streaming. So huzzah. So Friday, his computer broke live on stream. We were all trying to figure out what was causing his stream to continue to crash, and it turns out his CPU cooler died. So good to see the Flying Fabio get his machine up and running again. Has anyone found cropsicles yet? In the traditional sense of what you're meaning, no. In the sense of I've seen crops in the shape of circles, yes. That's entirely correct, Goblin. We can be the Baba Black Sheep Squadron. Of course, the commander of the Black Sheep Squadron was Pappy Bowington. Bit of a rogue of his own right. Look at him go. And then when we have the P-40, we can, of course, be the American Volunteer Group, also known as the Flying Tigers. Then we need, well, I mean, of course we need zeros, we need some 109s, we definitely need some OP4. Let's see, Goblin Zeus, they were very famous in France because of the TV series. Yep. Kozeki Flyer says Baba Black Sheep was VMF 214. Nice. Who watched Hogan's Heroes? The RAF flew the P-40 in the desert. Yes, they did, and they were very sick. The P-40 is kind of like the American version of the Hurricane. Very underrated and very underappreciated. Everybody thinks of the Mustang as as the American fighter plane, but the P-40 was a heavy hitter in the North Africa campaign, as well as with the AVG in China and in the Pacific in general. Of course, Mustangs were in the Pacific theater, but they're definitely outshined by the Naval and Marine Corps, or the Navy and Marine Corps aircraft of the Hellcat, the Corsair, and the other Grummins, not to mention the dive bombers and the torpedo bombers. Jay Whitaker says P-40 could best the 109 given the right altitude. Flying Tigers is famous as well. Yes, they are. The P-40 was an awesome machine that could soak up massive damage before falling outside. Absolutely. The engine that was in the P-40, the Allison engine, it was not very good at high altitudes, which they had initially put the Allison in the P-51, but given the poor high altitude performance of the Allison engine in the P-51, and the P-51 being designed as a high altitude bomber escort, the Allison engine just didn't cut the mustard, as it will, or as it were. So they put the Rolls-Royce Merlin engine, well, the British did, and subsequently allowed Packard to build the Merlin engine over in the United States. But that doesn't mean the Allison engine itself was bad. It was phenomenal in the P-40, and the P-40 had a phenomenal role in the Pacific Theater and in the North Africa Theater. But it's kind of like the Hurricane, where it doesn't give the attention or recognition that it actually really deserves. So we'll be sure to fly that on stream once it's released. Corsair can do carrier, French Army user, yes, that's true. So there are French liveries, absolutely. In the U.S., the Corsair was mostly used by the United States Marine Corps, as its carrier performance wasn't quite... It didn't have a good record, not for the sake of the airplane, but Americans had a hard time flying it because of the long nose. And actually, the British taught the Americans how to do a turning approach in the Corsair to make it more successful, so that you could keep an eye on the runway, the flight deck, as you're turning, so that once you're straight to the deck, you're, right there, so you can maintain visibility. So that was a skill the British taught the U.S. Navy and Marine Corps pilots, but it ended up that the Corsair was mostly used by the Marine Corps on land bases. Although, like the French, the Corsair was still used on carriers. Ken Garlington, wasn't the Allison engine awesome in it? Yes, it was. Did the Liberator have the Allison engines? No, they had, I think they still had Pratt & Whitney radials. In fact, the only bomber I'm aware of, or bombers I'm aware of that had like the V-12s in it, were like the Lancaster, and they're all British. Most of the bombers, and I think all of the U.S. bombers had radials in them. So the Pratt & Whitney R2800 was probably the most famous of the bomber engines, and others. The Allison was in both engines of the P-38. Fun fact about the P-38, it had counter-rotating props, thus neutralizing the P-factor that would, on a single engine like the Spitfire, would make it pull one way or the other. The counter-rotating props on the P-38 eliminated that, making it fly much more straight, so long as the engines were in sync. Brazenhead says, that last scene on the bridge in Saving Private Ryan where Private Ryan calls P-51 Texas? Yes, I do. The B-24 Liberator had Pratt & Whitney 1850 radials. That always triggered me until I learned the Merlin engine swap later in the war. Well, the P-51, while designed as a high-altitude interceptor, but also bomber escort, could do ground attack. They equipped rockets and bombs to them from time to time. It just wasn't... So they could bust tanks, although the P-47 was much better at it than the Mustang. The Jug was a much heavy hitter and could take, just soak up all the damage. Splasher 6 says R1830s for the Liberator. Welcome to the stream, Splasher 6. I do appreciate the information. It would be awesome to do in MFS's Dual Raid in Tokyo. It would be neat for sure. B-25 Mitchell, named after Billy Mitchell, a pioneer of military aviation in the United States. Brazenhead says, I heard that it wasn't really capable of that role. It was designed... The role it was designed for... Yep. Yeah, originally the P-51 had the Allison engine. And some of so that was the P-51A, and many P-51As are redesignated the A-36 Apache and was turned into a dive bomber and used for ground attack and such. The P-51B, C, and D, and some of the later ones were primarily equipped with the Packard Merlin engine, which is just a Rolls-Royce Merlin built by Packard under license over in the United States. That's awesome, Splasher 6. I got to ride on a B-17 once, and it's an epic experience. So, much respect to your dad. And he is definitely part of the greatest generation. So we're just about over Dunkswell. We'll be over shortly. Words are hard. Oh, absolutely. Not an easy job at B-17. No, not at all. Out of curiosity, Splasher 6, which B-17 were you able to get a ride on, and what was the name of your father's B-17? I got a ride on the B-17 Yankee Lady out of Ypsilanti, Michigan. I need to see what the weather is in... No METAR available. Awesome. So we'll go in the sim and get it. Winds 290, so we'll definitely be landing from the south. Viper Strike says, that's cool and thank you for your service. Hope they add the B-17 into sim. I'm sure they will eventually. Dougal McTavish says, flying those buses in daylight hours must be so scary. Yeah. For those that don't know, during the unpleasantness, we'll call it, the British took over nighttime bombing raids over Germany, whereas the Americans continued daylight raids. I can't imagine doing it at night. Not being able to see is just, it's a handicap. I rode Liberty Bell before she perished. I heard about that. And you rode in the movie Memphis Belle. Very nice. Goblin Zeus used the B-17 in the PC simulator B-17 Flying Fortress by Microprose in 2000. Hard job for through. Absolutely. Fun fact about the Microprose B-17 game: they're remaking it for the modern day, so that ought to be fun when it comes out. That will likely feature on the channel. There we go. Spits over a pottery. Look at him go. That's epic. Oh, that's so good. That is so good. Splasher 6 Dad was a pilot of Royal Flush with the 100th Bomber Group in 418th Squadron, April to July 44, 35 missions. Nice. I'm going to take a picture of that so I don't forget, because that's information I don't want to forget ever. Let's see, Dougal Matash, you'll be over my house in about 5 minutes. I'll wave. So, let's do a wing wave for Dougal. If I can keep level. Goblin says, okay, we can learn more about this B-17 group. Yeah, absolutely. Ken Garlington, was that the bloody 100th at RAF Thorpe Abbott's? It sounds about right. So, That right there is RAF of Pottery, or the airfield now decommissioned, the airfield formerly known as RAF of Pottery.
This 1574, contact departure to improve.
The clouds are getting low and a bit hazy. So we can see the Dunkswell right there. Yes, it was. I've been there twice. They have a great museum dedicated to the group near Dis. I'm gonna not make a joke. That's too easy. So we're gonna be expecting runway. We'll say runway 4. The winds are what? Winds are 290. So actually, we'll take runway 35. It's a shorter runway, but I think we can manage. We're all experts. Wayland Lieutenant, I'm off for the night. Enjoy the flight. You have a good one, Wayland. Thanks for flying along. Glad you could be here as long as you could. Okay, so we're going to land on this runway right here. We're going to make a left-hand turn to get on final. Let's see. Goblin Zeus, just above Dunkswell. Aha. Special 6, Ella, that's the real name of the town. I thought the same thing. Kingsman is back. Awesome. Good to see you, my friend. Allison Johnson's been in VR for 2 legs and will watch the rest. Well, that's awesome. Glad to hope it was amazing in VR, Allie. So we're going to have to hit the deck. We're going to reduce throttle. So 180 mile an hour, gear coming down. We're a bit in the soup now. I'm going to turn that on for traumatic effect. We're going to open the canopy for safety. Runway is in sight. Beethoven says, I can hear you overhead. Very nice. If you hear any loud bangs, I'm sorry. Okay, we've gained speed. We don't want to gain speed. I hear the Thunderflies there. They go off the right there.
Air Canada 878, contact 812
So we've got to drop some speeds, some serious speed here fast. So there's 180 flaps are coming down now. Prop pitch goes to full forward. We get lined up.
1726, wind calm, runway 2 exit for takeoff.
Runway 2 exit for takeoff.
Thank you. Yes, they had a rough time of it for a while in late 43. So much chat going on that I want to pay attention to, and I can't keep up with it. Ken Growlington, respect to him, that was a targeted group by the Luftwaffe as stated by nickname. Aha. Yeah, balancing chat and flying a Spitfire. It's a bit of a challenge. So we can kind of see it. We need to crab into the wind just a little bit. I'm gonna scooch over a little bit so we can get a peek at the runway. The clouds, I feel like they're getting. Okay, so we're clear over the runway. Oh dear. Ailing around into the wind. Ailing around into the wind. Keeper steady. Not my greatest landing, but it was still somehow 109 foot a minute. Absolutely, Kingsman. Ooh, don't tip over the plane. So we're gonna do that. Could always be worse. Well, absolutely, the plane's entirely intact. So we're gonna stop over Yar. Stop, parking brake on. Gonna hit that button. After doing that, now do this, do this, do that, do this, do this, do this. Traffic, nameplates on. Go back, resume. Splasher 6 is nice considering the crosswind. I tried. There's Dougal, Count Zepp, Crawley, Spaceman 11 are in. Catbat 9 is down. Chilcorky is inbound. So, welcome to Dunkswell. There's the Thunderflies off in the distance. Kingsman says need P-51 and a Spit flying side by side. No, 100%. Kingsman, just before you came back, we were discussing with Splasher 6 about his grandfather's service in the B-17 during the war. So having a nice B-17 and Lancaster in formation along with Spits and Mustangs would be absolutely epic. There goes the Thunderflies doing their star formation. Awesome job. Job even. Drew Zeus is in. 99 Out says, you know, one way of avoiding these sideways tilts is simply to land without gear. Well, you're not wrong. Kozaki Flyer is 2 for 2 tonight. Not center line, but decent. Hey, you were down and you walked away. That's what counts. Samson Video is in. Jay Whittaker, now that's what I was telling. Yeah, if you've never seen a Jay Whittaker landing in a P-40 or a Spit, you should watch his channel. It's certainly something. Oh, it'd be epic, Kingsman. HCBR 1100 is in with a Spit. I would also like to see someone do the American bomber and fighter airfields from 100%. Jay Whittaker, just outstanding sound. Yeah. The B-17 is such a beautiful sound, as Sky Dive Man is in. Getting to ride on a B-17 is just an epic experience, and even working as a ramp crew for it it's a special experience to be able to, marshal a B-17 is just, it's unparalleled. There's Warhamster in a Spit landed. It's very true, 99 Owl. It's one of those cases, you're not wrong. Dougal Matayer says, do we think A2A will bring their B-17 into this sim? I'd imagine so. They're still waiting on getting their AccuSim stuff working in MSFS, and that's an SDK issue, so we'll see. Frozen is in. Nicely done. Goblin Zeus, we could try a belly landing in the Spit. Must be fun. As long as you don't dig into the dirt and start doing cartwheels. Once you start doing that, it's not that fun anymore. So I think we still have a few folks inbound. I'm gonna risk turning the camera around. There's Test Pilot 72. Tycoon is here. I see Shark Kitty in the distance. Tarnish 42 is there. . There's Scooby. Nice, I just did smooth. Nice. There's Steve Solo. Kingsman 99. Yeah, the Fortress it's a beautiful plane. It's beautiful to ride in. It's a wonderful experience just being around them. Once Microprose releases their brand new B-17 game, it's sure to feature on the channel once or twice. So is that everyone? There's Raleigh, there's Zep, there's Spaceman 11, Tycoon is in, Tarnish 42 is inbound. I don't think Spaceman 11's with us though. Tycoon is on long final. Warhamster says, I've watched The Memphis Belle many times. Used to love that movie as a teenager. Yeah, I need to pick it up on DVD or Blu-ray because I can. Diggle McTavish says, I was passenger in a C-130J that did a belly landing while on tour in Afghanistan. It feels much worse. I can imagine. Splasher 6, looking forward to the Microprose game. Played that a lot back in the day. I never got the chance. Never really had the ability to play that, but it looks amazing. You could be everyone. Yeah, it looks awesome. One crash near where I was at the USAF museum. Oh dear. Skydive Man, I'm quite familiar with Dunkswell as one of the oldest skydiving centers in the UK, where I've done most of my jumps. It is also the only drop zone in the UK with a swoop pond. The rectangular body of water in the center triangle, used for swooping, a discipline within skydiving where you dive your parachute to build speed before recovering just in time to drag your foot across the water. Nice. During the war, all crew was lost. Yeah. So we're going to look. So, Spaceman's coming in hot. Probably in an F-15, but we can't see him, which is fine. Watch 12 O'Clock High, movie with Gregory Peck. The great movie and much more representative of the stress, I bet. I'll keep that on my must-watch list as we're watching Tarnish 42 come in. Still see, well, let's just say hi to Shark Kitty. Hello, Shark Kitty. You're out in the distance, and we appreciate you. As Erlansky is now following the channel. Many thanks, dude. So we're going to look for this. I think it's this body of water that Skydive Man is referring to. It doesn't look like water, but it probably is supposed to be. It kind of made it look like grass. Just saying. Tycoon is coming in hot. Let's see. Alright, so welcome to Dunkswell. I believe that's a solar farm. I would love to hear it. I have no doubts that it'll be coming soon. Someone's got to be working on it. It's a very iconic British aircraft. Ooh, someone else in, who's in the Cap at 9 in the U.S. livery. Kozaki in another U.S. livery. Nicely done. So, yeah, 100% Kingsman. So I'm going to back out to the main menu. We're going to switch to this screen because I need to load in. That's not what I wanted. I need to, no, I keep hitting the wrong button. I need to load in the flight plan. Splasher 6 is continuing the gift sub they got from Allison Johnson. Very nice. Much appreciated, Splasher. It's very kind of you. Goblins say, I can say that my father was a paratrooper in the Bad War in Algeria with General Bigard. Alright, so we're going... We need to load in... our next flight plan, which should be Dunkswell to Wickham. Warhamster says, across Loch Swilly, where I grew up, a B-24 crash landed on a beach. The wreck is visible every now and again. When a storm clears the sand from it, it can be seen from the air at low tide. Nice. That sounds like an opportunity for a scenery designer. Jay Winiker with the music comment. Glad you're enjoying it, my dude. So we want to add probably another hour to that-ish. Get it just past 10. That. Let's see. Where do we want need a parking spot? We'll do ramp 7. That's not what I want actually, so go 12. Ramp 12. And hit that button. Goblin says, oh, the plan, I must load it. Yeah, I had to do that as well. Warhamster says it crashed due to poor fuel management on its way over to the UK. That sounds very likely. Kingsman 9965, my granddad was in the HMS Hood before she went down. Yeah, I can see why. One of the things I've learned that with vets of any era, there's a lot they won't talk about, and I won't ask the questions, because I can definitely imagine that there's a lot of things that people have seen and wish they hadn't. So it brings up brings old memories fresh and are unpleasant, so that's not something I try to do. I try to avoid it. Although, being as part of the... I'm going to switch to this screen now. Being a part of the reenacting community is a special kind of privilege, because there are a lot of World War II vets that won't talk about their time in service and about events that happened and so on. For good reason. But there's something about when they get around the reenacting scene, and those of us reenactors, there have been multiple accounts of, you know, a vet will open up about events in their families like, he's never talked about this before, we never knew this. And there's something about the experience of being a reenactor where they open up, because it seems to take them back to, you know, back then. And then they open up about the stories that they have, and it's a privilege, and it's very special to be able to share that. Or for them to share that with those of us that we're just reenactors, and we do this. It's a hobby, but it's a privilege to be able to share the history of it with the younger generations. Yeah, boost coil. Engine started. Lieutenant Colonel Spears was the same way, never talked about World War II again. I don't blame him at all. Dougal McTavish, I struggle to understand why previously serving men would want to reenact. I wouldn't want to. It's about sharing the history. Everybody has their own reasons for doing it. I do it because I love history. And being able to share that history in a very tangible way is something I enjoy. That's kind of why I do it. Splasher 6, I learned more about Dad's missions when I met the rest of his crew. Dad always said he had his hands full flying the plane. I believe it. Jay Winokur, remember that interview we posted in the Dog Company Discord? Don Malarkey and a few others from 2nd Battalion had that hours-long chat with our Fox and Easy companies. Yeah. Kozaki Flyer, my neighbor was in a tin can gunner in both the Atlantic and Roger that. Goblin Zeus says, I read the story of the naval battle with the Hood and the Bismarck. Kingsman says it's just sad that there are not many around now. Yeah, time does that, unfortunately. So I like to preserve the history as much as we can so that we don't repeat it. Warhamster, that's weird. A second before I went to the escape menu, Colonel was in a spit. Now he's in a generic Baron. Well, that's odd. Jay Winokur, Kingsman, yes it is. Trying to keep their members alive. Yeah. Allison Johnson gifting a tier 1 sub to Kozaki Flyer. Many thanks, Allison. Your generosity is very humbling. Dougal McTavish says the hamster happened to me. Same happened to him. Aha. Kozaki Flyer, we do reenactment for the kids. Yeah, it's to expose them to history in a tangible way. At least that's how I look at it. Hammy, if you want to learn something about something funny in the darker sense, look up the voyage of the Russian Baltic Fleet towards Japan in 1905. That sounds interesting, and it also sounds like a video for maritime horrors. Kozaki Flyer says, thanks for the gift sub. Yes, thank you indeed. Alright, so I need to load. Complete that. Didn't want to complete it for some reason. Oh, that. So we're done. So to Wickham. So on this particular leg, we've got one flyover, and that is over the a former airfield that is now known for the Ebola Drome of the Grand Tour fame. Alright, so we're gonna take off from runway 35. And then we're going to take or land there. The weather is there, no ETR available. Awesome. Alright, so Allison is a legend. We're hamsters. The 2nd Pacific Squadron lesson in how many things we can mess up is, yes, our sword fights would pack the crowds. Nice. Tycoon says, how do I keep the spit straight after landing? It pulls hard. Any tips? As Scooby DK is now following. Many thanks, dude. I need to get to the runway before everybody leaves the stream. Oh, Shark Kitty joined us. Welcome, Shark Kitty. Straight. Use your pedals. Just use very small movements of the pedals and keeping, a little bit of stick into the wind. It's a especially with warbirds, it's quite the dance to balance out the control on takeoff and landings. Yeah, and then pull the stick back while taxiing. Scooby DK says, I'm on Discord with the other people. Awesome. Dougal McTavish, there are many great tutorials on YouTube, but there's an art to... Yeah. I'm just stubborn, and I like learning by doing. Kingston says, guy who I served with went into the French Legion. I've heard about the French Foreign Legion. Tycoon says, Roger, will do. Thunderflies in Bonanzas now. That's odd. Again, if anybody has the Irish Air Corps livery from Jeppesen 2001, it's possible that it's creating problems. It kind of gets weird. So I've sent Jeppesen a fix that I've done for it. I'm waiting to hear back from him. But I'm sure he's extraordinarily busy. But it can cause problems. So if you have it installed, I would uninstall it for right now until Jeppesen has a chance to sort it out on his time. Cut the power in the beginning of the strip under 50 knots. I put the full back, spit goes straight. That's impressive. Splasher 6, at what server? We're on the North Europe server. Splasher. Dougal Matavis, many guys that didn't make the cut for Royal Marines of Paris joined the French Foreign Legion. So here's the Thunderflies. Dougal Matavish is in a Bonanza. As Death the Ghoul is now following the channel. Many thanks, Ghoul. You appreciate it. I bet. I kind of figured Dougal, but for some reason it's showing up. Like I said, if you have the Irish Air Corps livery, it can cause problems. So it may be just doing some goofy stuff. Jay Winnicker says, now that's a squadron, yeah. So we'll get in the cockpit. We're going to double check our rudder trim is set. Gonna look straight forward. We're gonna turn this on so we can see where we're going. And then we're going to release brakes, power up to 6. Oh, now I saw a spit in front of me. Oh dear, no, right rudder, right stick into the wind. And we're up. Gear up. Canopy closing. Steep climb. We want to calm that down just a little bit. We left the name tags on by accident, but you know what? We're just going to leave it. The French Legion and paratroopers are elite forces in Aha. Well, that explains why the standards are so high and why it's so difficult to get in. Test pilot 72 getting airborne. There's Splasher 6 on the ramp. Ozaki Flyer on the ramp. And Druid on the ramp. We'll be making a couple circles over the field. We'll fly over RAF Apottery. There's Catbat, test pilot, Samson video count, Zep, Raleigh. Yep. There's Catbat. We're going to go ahead and hide me. Nobody wants to look at me. You want to look at the Spitfire. The Spitfire is pretty. I have a face for radio. Aha! Dougal McTavish is reloading to refresh liveries. Roger that. There's Samson video. There's Growly, Catbat, Test Pilot, Druid, the Thunderflies. If I was younger, when I left the forces, myself and friend, they're going to Well, from what I'm given to understand, it takes a special kind of person to be a Kingsman, and you've done that, and you're an epic person there, Kingsman. Look at them go. Where'd they go? There they are. Alright, steeper turn. And lower the nose a little bit. So there we can see the English channel. He made it into the FFL, so absolutely. There's Count Zepp. Alright, so we'll do this as our last circle, and then we'll move along. We'll do a circle or two over Pottery Airfield. It's a beautiful area. There's so much history over here that I can't wait to manage to be able to come over to the UK and just get to see it all. Not to mention get to meet all of you and share some good times, some laughs, some pints. Beautiful area though. We continue our left turn a little bit more. So we're gonna do a circle or two over a pottery. There's now a racetrack on part of the end, on the west part of the east-west runway now, or what was the east-west runway, I should say. Some of the old buildings are still there. I'm given to understand that there are efforts to try and restore them. The control tower building is still basically there. Actually, you know what? I'm going to turn the name tags off. So, sorry for the cloaking device. Won't last long. Kingsman says a good old English pub with a cold beer. 100%, my dude. 100%. So here we see the former Pottery Air Base. This is the location, the Easy Company of the 506th, attached to the 101st Airborne, departed England in a C-47 Skytrain to be dropped over to Normandy on D-Day, 6th of June 1944. It would be lovely to have a restored version of this airfield to its heyday. The airfield didn't last much or wasn't in service much long after the war ended. I believe it was decommissioned in 1946. Allison Johnson had our first beer made in our pinter tonight. It was American Pale Ale, which is really nice. God bless them indeed, Kingsman. So, like I said, I believe I've seen some pictures. I can't verify how old they are, but some of the buildings are still there in some stage of decay. It would be stunning to be able to have efforts to restore the real airfield. And it would be epic for us flight simmers to see it restored to its heyday status. Uh-oh. Well, that was another driver crash. On the upside, we didn't get far. Well, that wasn't nice of it. And it was right as the thunderflies were flying by. So we're going to get that loaded back up. Like I said, luckily we didn't get very far. It was another VC runtime error. Very interesting. 100% Kingsman, I agree 100%. It should be, I think it should be designated a historical site. But that's my opinion as someone over in the US that doesn't really have the ability to put forth that motion. So bear with me a few moments. Keep circling the two airfields. I'll be back soon. Government Zeus, my being and photogrammetry were out by a message with the sim. I have to put it. Interesting. Yeah, probably that. I mean, that's a big part of it there, Kingsman. It's a shame that money is such a prickly thing. Andy. Oh, thing. Didn't want to do any of that.
It's 191, confirm we are clear to land, only 14. 19518, clear to land, only 14 with 1.
Oh, no, I did it. Aha.
195, clear to land.
I undid the thing. You're tired from my... You don't say there, Winders. Phantom process, go away. So it seems that Maritime Horrors has a second video that has hit 1,000 views. That's awesome. It's done a phenomenal job with the channel. Well, he could talk you to death and back. He's a character. You're talking about that guy, but I mean, you put me in the right situation, get me to relax a bit, and I mean, I could too. Couple of pints and a nice fire and good company will bring out stories. And stories usually bring out the laughs. And laughing is good medicine. Alright, let's try this again, shall we? Really appropriate soundtrack to this. Sure, look it. We're gonna. What? No, what did you do? No. Stop messing up my flight plans, Flight Sim. Oh dear. Oh, the sneezage. 3-5. Please don't change. And you did. Do this the old-fashioned way. There. Take that, Flight Sim. Ruin my flight plan, will ya? Alright, so you should be, and we're just gonna start ready to go. You guys haven't seen him in a GP medium after a fun evening. He could bosh a job faster than anybody I ever met. Kinza says, I am the same when I've relaxed. Yeah. Talking about beer, I should have one. I get one. Kinza says, have some laughs in the army. It's brother. Absolutely.
Line up and wait, runway 28, Cannon 50 Golf.
And that's another fun thing about the reenacting stuff is it's you get a sense of that. It's not always in the same way as military people, you know, vets getting together or active military folks getting together, but it's similar in a way. All right, so. We're back. So second verse, same as the first. Right rudder, right aileron. And we're up. Cap at 9, the legend gifting 5 tier 1 community subs, or 5 tier 1 subs to the community. I'm gonna toggle my multiplayer while this is going on. My gosh, I'm trying to multitask and my brain can't handle it. Cap at 9 gifting 5 tier 1 subs to the community. One goes to Joey Bolo 77, Art Russo, Mr. Zed Rider, Avatech 320, and Tyro 23. Congratulations to all on the gift subs. And many thanks to Catbat for those. You're a legend and a true awesome person. And you know how to derail a guy. Alright, we're up. Multiplayer reset. Alright, let's see. My best man at my wedding was from Philly in the US. Nice. My good buddy at work had a lot of Army buddies at his wedding and stag party. It was chaos. The wedding was precision. Nice. Right on, Kingsman. These are. So I see lights now. Huzzah! That's a good sign. Get in the cockpit. We gotta turn that guy on so that we, don't lose fuel pressure. I think we're otherwise good. That guy open. So, many apologies for the delay, but we're back up and running. We'll hide me again. I blame too many buttons. So one last fly over a pottery, and then it's off to Rotten Airfield, a decommissioned, closed airfield, and home to the Grand Tours Bolodrome. At least it was until they ditched that segment. At least I think they ditched the segment. So farewell to a pottery. We're off to the north. Not to the north, but towards the north. And with the likelihood of more warbirds coming soon to Flight Sim, I can start planning the next mock loop flight using warbirds this time. Of course, jets would still be acceptable because they could be roughly in the same neighborhood of speed. Especially the MB339 and the T-45. So we're getting a little off course. Let's see, Ken Garlington nearby to run is RAF Membry, another troop carrier airfield. Well, we'll try to swing by and have a look-see. Look at the clouds. They're going away. They're scared. Aha! Take that, clouds. You've been beat by a Spitfire. Follow M4 east from Rotten. It's now a motorway service stop with a small strip on the south side. Well, I couldn't point out the M4 from just about any other road, but given the context of everything, I'm sure I can figure it out. Look at the moon! There's the moon! And the clouds are getting bigger, so we're going to get in the cockpit and we're going to... fun fact, the Spitfire doesn't like to be upside down or pull negative G. Here we go. Get below that cloud deck. North 3 miles from Rotten to the motorway. Roger. Here come the Thunderflies. Kingston says oh dear, I'm going down. Was watching the Battle of Britain. Some of the things they were saying in it made me think of the Fireflies and Decca. In fairness, I picked up the Decca from Murph, who picked it up from the Battle of Britain. But it's definitely been a reoccurring saying on our two channels. Draw back the throttle a bit. Draco's in the house. How goes it? Well, mostly good. Had a couple of hiccups, but overall things seem to be decent. So we need to do a little bit of a left-leaning turn. Trim up just a tad. Ken Growling says it's the home of the 81st Troop Carrier Squadron. Aha. Draco says, hey Goblin. Streamlabs reminding us again to stay hydrated. Hydration is important. One of the first questions to ask somebody when they've had a headache is how much water have you had to drink? Granted, if they have a migraine, it's probably not not necessarily a hydration problem, because migraines they're a different kind of animal and they suck. They are not pleasant at all. And speaking of drinking water, I just emptied my water bottle, so at the stream I will have to refill it so that I remain hydrated. Jagger says I'm just streamed for now, doing lesson planning for the week before our spring breaks. Aha! So, fun fact: when I was growing up, all the kids would get embarrassed when their birthday happened to be on a school day, and I was generally 9 times out of 10 spared that humiliation because my birthday always fell during spring break. Whether it was on the weekend before, the weekend after, or during the week of. I was always spared. And I like the song. Especially this part. Same, but mine is in June after. Ha! Now, the only downside right now about where my birthday lands, I don't have a spring break anymore, and it's also a stream day for me. I won't tell you which one. It'll be a secret. Kingsman's birthday is in August. Your summer baby. Look at that. Isn't that neat? That's pretty neat. I got one shadow with me. Jacob, I hate to ask, but your issues earlier, was it stream related or flight sim related? It was flight sim related. Not entirely sure what was going on. It was the thing, but it was really stable for the most part. So, and it's been stable all week, or all weekend, since Thursday. So I'm not entirely sure, and I'm gonna be hopefully optimistic. So, left turn. Get back on the magenta line. Sponsor 6 says to Allison Johnson, we share the same BD. Always got Christmas and birthday presents together. Aha. Allison did say mine is on Boxing Day, which I believe is the 26th of December, which, if memories, which is a holiday not celebrated in the U.S. It's kind of one of those. It's on the calendar, but Americans really don't know what it is. I still don't really understand quite what it is. But yay, Boxing Day. Mine's always around Easter. And there it is again. Blurg. Very, very interesting. So that's still running. I'm starting to wonder if it's the drivers, because that I didn't usually get the that. Ah, gotcha, Allison. Yeah, that wasn't a thing in the U.S. It's fair enough. Fair play. Oh, that's gone, or did I close it? Could have been either. It is. Well, the first two were. Let me double check the thing. Pardon me. I kind of, yeah, it was again. So that's 3 strikes today. Last of the Mohicans, the fort. Aha. That's a good soundtrack. So for now, we're going to get rid of a couple of things. Just to be kind of process of elimination. And we'll wait for it to reload. Many thanks, Kingsman. I wear it with pride. I need to shave. Did I install any software in the last couple of days? Well, today's the first day it's been acting up. Yesterday I did some flying and it was fine. Well, last night. I don't think I added anything new. Going high, 22,000 feet and still going. Roger that. Yeah, I've not really added. I mean, the only thing I've added in anything has been a couple of liveries. But that hasn't caused problems before. Yeah, I haven't that I'm aware of. I wonder, let me check. I checked Windows Update earlier before the stream, and I didn't find anything. I wonder if something's popped up. Goblins on patrol duty, making sure that we don't get jumped on from above. Oh, would you look at that? Security intelligence update from Microsoft Defender. That's up and good to go. For the sake of being thorough, we're going to check the Microsoft Store. Well, one Microsoft Store is good to go. Seems to be an issue. Install auto research files or install messes up the DLL libraries and somehow corrupts. Interesting. Yeah, no, I haven't installed any, especially any older programs recently. So like I said, Thursday went well. Friday, oh, that's the wrong finger. Friday went well, and what little flying I did last night went fine. It's just been today, so I mean, part of me wants to pin it on OBS. So I think that's happened to my NVIDIA today. I had to use DDU. From now on, I will always use DDU. Well, since earlier this year, I will always use DDU to when I am installing graphics drivers. I had to use DDU on there's no oxygen in the tank. Uh-oh. I used that finger for today. I used to call it my customer finger when I worked retail because of crappy customers. I wouldn't worry about it, Kingsman. It's just I don't have any formal education with computers and stuff. It's just been I'm learning as I'm going. I'm going to take something apart and break it and then try to figure out how to fix it. I'm not sure. I'm not so sure there, Hammy. I've never had delivery issues like that before. And it wouldn't have shown up as a VC runtime. I kind of put it on. See, the thing of it is, my computer's kind of running on the knife edge when it comes to performance. Like, my GPU is decent, but my CPU is kind of meh. So, it's doing the best that it can, and it's fine when not streaming. It's when it's streaming that I tend to have most of the problems. So, which is why I have a tendency to start blaming OBS, because I'm just running on, you know, the basic, just the knife edge of... actually, I'm going to do that real quick. But I have a solution for that coming soon. It was supposed to be here today. And then Amazon took 3 days to say, oh, yeah, it's going to be delivered on Wednesday now. When I was guaranteed it was going to show up today, and then it decided not to. So, thanks, Amazon. Okay. So, the Rita C++ thing is a forever part. Yeah. Basically, yeah, pretty much. Are you monitoring your CPU, GPU? Not all the time, but when I have. We're gonna start here. Set departure. That's there. EGTB. Arrival. Add. Time. We're just gonna call it there. Navlog. There. And off and hit that button. When I'm streaming, CPU's getting maxed out pretty badly. When I'm not streaming, the CPU usage is pretty, it's well below 50% on average. No, delete and bring up task manager and bring up performance. I know, yeah, I know about that. I don't monitor it all the time. I don't always do it, but when I do, it's Dos Equis. I think that's how it went. That works for computers, right? Dos Equis? Having a computer problem? Just drinking Dos Equis. I see Southampton, 30,000 feet. Nice. And for all I know, it could have been London, because we all know the London scenery kind of taxes things. Sucks because everyone's, yeah. That makes it a lot harder to dial in what in the world's going on with it and what could be the solution. To the south. To the south. Oh yeah, to the south. We got fireflies, we got lights. Goblins coming down from altitude. Roger that. So basically, I've ordered a new CPU. I'm gonna be going from a technically it's a second gen Ryzen 5 1600 AF. I think it was just a lot of people said that it's kind of a renumbered Ryzen 5 2600. And I'm replacing it with a Ryzen 5 3600X. So hopefully it's got a significantly better base clock and speed and bandwidth and stuff. I fixed mine by removing the C++ files, adding back in the old files to the newest, then DDU the GPU drivers and reinstall them. Fingers crossed. Roger that. And I just reminded myself that I'm out of water. Water. What am I dropping now? Splasher 6 says, have to step away for a while. Good luck with the rest of the flight. Great flying with you. Glad to have you along, Splasher. Look forward to seeing you next flight. Don't forget, we hang out on the Discord between flights, whether it's my own Discord server or Two Tones. We're usually there when we're not streaming. Member is EGOC. Roger that. Boy, work. Necesita agua. Water is necessary. It was good chatting with you too, Splasher. You know, utmost respect for yourself and your father, who was a P-17 pilot. That's awesome. 100% Kingston. We have we'll get in touch. We'll kind of guide you through the things that you can get to run things well. I mean, you're always welcome on the Murph Discord server. Lots of, I know Allison has a phenomenal system, Warhamster does, and all are willing to share and help you get where you need to go. One thing I find interesting is that when I had CTDs, I couldn't restart MSFS like you and Murph can. I had to reboot. Really? That is peculiar. Hello. Oh, hi NATO. How you doing? Oh dear. Well, lads, it seems I've been intercepted. Well, isn't my face red? Okay, one of them. They haven't shot me down yet. So, we need to go to the right a little bit. Well, that's an early end to the evening. Yeah, it's like, oh, hi guys. Don't mind me. Just a Spitfire flying over, you know, Southwest England. Shuffle Shoes has got to go. Many thanks, my dude. Glad to have you along. Hope you stay well, and we'll definitely catch you next time. F-15s. Yeah, F-15s and an MB-339. Both phenomenal aircraft. I know yeah, I mean, the Spitfire is a phenomenal piece, but it's a bit outclassed when it comes to the F-15. I mean, the Spitfire would never see the F-15. So here we have the site of the Ebola-drome as seen in the Grand Tour. A lot of yellow X's. It's the final count. The F-15 is in the marketplace. And so is the 339. I would imagine the Spitfire should be getting added to the marketplace soon. I'm gonna throw these jets for a loop and make changes to my direction, following the magenta line. Do do do. Liquid, gas, plasma. So, fun fact, there are 4 states of matter. Everybody says there's 3, but there's technically 4 because you have solids, liquids, gases, but also you have... Well, those are nav radios. Those are off. But there's also plasma, which is its own special state of matter. The Hawk 2 is phenomenal. It is also in the marketplace. Alright. All my friends are getting new PCs. Or new PC parts. Kosaki Flyer, nice flying in history for me today. Shiny side up. 100% Kosaki, shiny side up. Tailwinds and clear skies, my friend. And Allison says hello to Draco. So we've got 2 Spits, 2 Eagles, and an MB339. That's quite the motley crew we got going on. Look at them go. Look at that. That's cool. That is cool. I don't care who you are. That's cool right there. I was so enamored with the F-15s, I kind of forgot to look for the other abandoned airfield. Is that like a grass racetrack? What is going on there? Alright. Ooh, we're getting stutters the closer we get to London. Oh, the stuttering. Hashtag blame London. Are they formation flying by hand, setting trim? It's hard to set trim and fly in formation unless you're the flight lead. But it's a lot of constant adjustment of the flight controls and engine management. But they're phenomenal at what they do. You're not wrong that it is epic. You're 100% correct that it's epic. Epic! Whee! Take your... okay. Already gets trim to the right a little bit, my Spitfire friend. So the clouds have gone away the further north that we've gone. It was a little cloudy in the little bit of the southwest we were in, but all is well now. Jay Whitaker says the only thing that would make this complete is Tomcats. Soon, my friend, soon. It's being worked on as we speak. Okay, so make that 3 Spits, an MB339, and 2 Eagles. And a stutter. We're starting to get clouds again. So we're getting close to the final stop of the evening. Ran a little extra long today due to some brief technical issues. Don't you hate it when you feel like you got something in your eye and you just can't get it out for love nor money? Now there's a V formation. How about that, sports fans? Oh, I want to take a screenshot of it, but I don't want to break a computer. Come on. Come on. Get with it. Get with it. Bam. That's a shot and a half. No! Stupid stutter ruined everything. There we go. Got it. Actually, we're going the wrong way. We need to go to the left a little bit. Sweet. Afterburners are go. $99 has to go with landing gear this time. Very nice. See you next time. Thank you for great stream. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thanks for coming along. Glad you enjoyed it. We'll catch you on Discord between streams, and we will see you next time. You take care. Made a landing in the grass field Morton, a nice countryside, taking off again, roger that goblin. Ooh, pardon me. Pardonnez-moi. Look at that. Take care, 99 Owl. 99 to 99. So we're getting close to Wickham. I do have the Wickham scenery from Orbex. Ooh, got another American spit. Oh, Flight Sim, you dirty, rotten, no good meanie pants. We'll load in if for no other reason than to catch the landings. Well, this is just downright making me upset. Thursday was fine. Friday was fine. Turn that off, see what that does. Strange, I got the same low FPS and being out, but no CTD. No, I did not, Draco. I tend not to. That kind of modifying goes way above my head, and not to mention comfort level. Well, tweaked a couple of things in the Radeon software, so who knows. The overkill right-click and turn off full-screen optimization trick. I was going to say don't do that one and put it back. So I'll definitely load up at Wickham if for no other reason than to catch the landings. I'm gonna blame OBS on most of the issues, as well as maybe some settings that got turned back on with the new drivers that I had originally turned off, and they got turned back on with the new drivers. I mean, Winokur upgraded his PC yesterday and it did that to some settings. So, who knows? I might put... I'm a silly McSilly head. That's funny. Fingers crossed don't have the same tonight, by the way. Yeah.
I could die for you. You know sometimes I almost do. Now I've been spending all this time with you. And I could waste my life with you. But we are both young, we are not done. We got time to be someone, but we lie low, cause we don't know which way to go. No, we are not old, we are not broke. We got dreams and we got hopes, but I don't know. All I know is that right now I'll be vibing with you like we got nothing to do. We party up on the roof forever young. Summer, I keep falling for you, cause that's what
It seems that the only real change is that you're running OBS. The other nights you're just flying along and that's yeah. Which I can blame OBS, but I think part of it is just OBS overstressing other things because it's not leaving a lot of usage on the CPU for other stuff that needs to run in the background. So that's kind of how I'm pinning it down. But once my new CPU shows up, that should help. It's a swarm over RAF Booker. Let's do this. Just because I just be silly sometimes. Tend to agree, yeah. I just gotta wait for Amazon to get it here. Because their Silly McSilly Pants should have been here today, but they decided to not get it here until, Wednesday. So hope you're at least enjoying the saxophone music. I try to keep a nice soundtrack. I need to make a command that sends a link to the playlist in chat, because I do have the playlist listenable, that's a word. I'm making a word on Spotify. Let's see, and that's why I canceled my Prime account. Things that are Prime and next day shipping don't show up for a week. See, for me, it's generally not bad. The bad stuff like that only happens occasionally. Granted, it's gotten a bit more frequent over the last year, but the big R kind of didn't help any of that. So, I mean, I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt, but at the same time, it's extremely frustrating. Straight button. That's straight button. There we go. So we'll check winds. Winds seem to be very light out of the southish. So we'll give it, we'll call it runway 24. Just landed in, is it you? Probably. There's you by the fuel pumps and there's me right behind you. So we'll wait for the Fireflies to get to the airfield. We'll have a quick look at the lovely Orbic scenery. Nice hangar you can fly, taxi through if should you want. There's a nice little airplane static. And another one. Here's a Quonset hut with some shipping containers. Another static airplane, a couple other hangars. There's your control field, or your control tower. They don't have a man in the tower. So I guess we're kind of on our own. Oh dear, I went too far. Stairs to nowhere. So I see the Thunderflies. There's cap at 9. It's the generic or the default. It's not too bad. I like the little enhancements. Like over here, you've got your gliders. So that's kind of neat. Of course, you have your grass runways. So if the Thunderflies want, they can land on the grass runway of 17. So that would be into the wind, at least if you're running the same weather I am. Yeah, it's a very nice, very well done livery. There's been quite a few very nicely done liveries over on FlightSim.to for the old Spitfire. Kind of a nice overhead look of Wickham. You can kind of see the parallel runway. You've got the paved one, and to the right you have the grass. Oh, I hear the jets. I hear them. There's a 35 carved in the ground, probably. Nice. You know, one thing that I'm thinking of As I know, a lot of people like to use dev mode to switch aircraft mid or while still loaded up. And I've contended since the beginning that that could cause problems for people because suddenly loading in, especially anything that ends up being a little taxing on performance, you try to suddenly load that in, and that not only can it cause, you know, a crash on the user end from there that's doing the switching, but it could potentially do that to other people, especially when you're in close proximity when doing it. I've always contended that a solo should disable all multiplayer function when using dev mode. There's Frozen In. Here comes Steve Solo and Test Pilot 72. Called it off at the last minute. Test pilot going for the grass runway. Well, watch Steve come in for a landing. Coming in. Right on the taxi line. Beautifully done, sir. Beautifully done. Comes HCBR. Followed very closely by Warhamster. And HCBR is down. Hammy's going around. Well, folks, it's been a great stream. Despite all the technical issues and so on, I've still always enjoyed it as per usual. Of course, to all the gifted subs, to all the new subs, to the new follows, to the chatters, to the lurkers, to all of you watching, you have my humblest of gratitudes for all that you do. I'm glad that you're here. Kingsman, I'm especially glad that you made it. And it's just, it's an absolute pleasure being able to share this all with you. As you probably can't hear me because the music's kind of loud. It's an absolute pleasure sharing this all with you. Your presence here is humbling. Your generosity is phenomenal. And it's without parallel. You know, I absolutely adore the community that we're building and continuing to build. And thank you so much for coming with me on the flight today. We'll call it a stream there. So until next time, be good to each other, stay safe out there, and we'll catch you next time. Take care.